Okay, so is it working this time? Maybe. I don't know. This is so weird. But anyway, so I was starting with my skincare. I normally would have done this beforehand, but I was already late. So I am literally, I feel like I'm under so much pressure and no one's even there yet. Yet, or will never be there. Doesn't matter. I'd rather that, to be honest with you. So, like, my mind has gone how my skincare routine goes because I'm so nervous. So, toner, serum. It was in my hand the whole time. I'm so nervous. I'm like, it like feels like I'm in an interrogation and no one's even there yet. Okay, I don't tend to do my whole skincare routine because, like, too much skincare will F with the base and all that. You will if I've, like, put this on and it's literally not even live, it's just a video, but, I mean, oh well, it's good practice, right? I mean, I also have, like, a TikTok, maybe I should do a live on there as well, but I would prefer Instagram, to be honest with you, because it's easier to use and I know that people that I know, more people that I know more personally are on Instagram more than TikTok, so I have literally no idea. This is gonna be, I'm literally sat like cross-legged, I'm gonna get so much pins and needles. Oh, there it is. Ew. I have literally no idea what's going on. Maybe 12 o'clock. I have no idea what's happening. I have no idea how to work this. Ah. Ah, there it is. Yeah, whatever. So, after that one, I need to. Like, I keep saying whatever, but I'm still so not getting it. What have I done? Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna continue. Hopefully you can save at the end so I can make it into like a YouTube video if, like, I've set this up wrong. Anyway, eye cream. By the way, dog you'll probably hear. Children, you're no likely, doubtly here, and adults not realising they're in the same room, you will hear. Because for some reason, people think that the coronation is an important thing. So, people are in my house. It's not my house, it's my parents' house. I can't wait until I can say my house. But then, I have to. I don't want to leave my dog here. But he won't want to come with me. I'm not stupid. Okay, so I tend to put a little bit of moisturiser on as well. Not too much, because obviously too much can affect like the foundation and that. You know, to be honest with you, I mean, if I've set it up wrong, if no one joins, that's all great for me, because I no longer have the need to be nervous. Anyway, so that's not my full skincare routine, by the way, but it's just what I do before makeup. I need to remember that. I know no one's joined yet, but if you can save at the end, like most live things, you can. I'm gonna. Oh, hello! Finally, someone's joined. Hello. So, like I've sat here for ages going, have I done it right? I don't know if I've done it right. Don't expect anything like professional, because I am not a good talker. Hello. Ugh, I'm not a baby. Anyway, see, my mind's gone completely out the window now because you've all joined and I'm nervous. It's like I'm in an interrogation. But anyway, I've done like my skincare routine that I do. Hello, good day. I was done like the skincare routine and before my makeup, but like I don't go crazy with it because it can affect like the foundation and that. So I have literally no idea what to say or what to do, but let's get started. I always do the mist first, and it stays out because I do it also in between like powder and that. I'm literally just thinking like doing a tutorial at the minute because I literally have no idea what else to say or do. Oh, actually, how's you? I'm doing great, thank you. Keep asking me questions so I know what to say. I'm literally nervous about doing this and talking in general, but anyway, as I was going to say, drop the primer. You hear people screaming, shouting and what in the background. It's because apparently people enjoy like the coronation and that. I don't know why. I certainly don't, but apparently people do. What are we getting ready for? This is literally my Saturday look that I do every week. Well, try to do every week. Not really going anywhere. Hopefully that changes because I want to get back on stage because I really enjoy Drag Wars and I feel like I'm having withdrawals from it. This primer is the Elf Putty primer, one of my favourites and goes to. It, you know, just fills in the pores and it's a good dupe for the Tatcha, you know, the one that's in the pot, I forgot what you call it. I miss you too. Why do I have to live so far away? I don't want... We need to do something in Grantham. Grantham is such a straight, boring town and I feel so alone. Anyway, also, I eat, I drink and everything during my makeup, so yeah. So, well, more people, yay. um, so, have I got everything out? The answer's no. I tend to have quite a, you know, big base priming section because I like to try and get my makeup to stay as long as possible. So I tend to go with a pore filling primer because I have the biggest man pores in the world. And then I go with a sticky one. Who's gonna win Drag Wars? I mean, I could be like, that's her and go, I want them all to win, or I can't say that, but I'm not like that. So, and I'm going to say I really, really either want cake or vaccine. Like, they're just my kind of drag. I love, even though I am the exact opposite to them in the other way, but I love drag that's really expressive and crazy, and like, as I said, I'm the exact opposite. My crazy comes in a more sinister sort of way. That makes me sound really dark, but I just love cake and vaccine. Like, vaccine's first performance in Heat 2, when I watched that, I was literally nearly crying because it was so funny. Yeah. Okay, so that's the primer thing done. Section done. And next is onto the foundation. Can't wait to start performing in Bristol. Being its youngest queens at the minute, I can't wait to start performing. Oh, yeah, I mean, I hear so much about Bristol, so maybe I need to go to Bristol. The closest sort of scene that there is to me is probably Nottingham, and I have literally no idea how to get into it. Like, I've been messaging places, I've been messaging Pride and that, and I haven't really got anything back. And to be honest, I think a lot of baby queens experience that, like, messaging, and people just don't really see what you can do yet. But, I mean, even though I'm a negative person, one day they will all be begging for Nefarious Devile, and as they will be begging for you, my dear. Where the hell have I put my sponge? Yeah, I would have wet my sponges beforehand, but once again, for someone who is autistic, I am highly unorganised most of the time. I mean, I plan to, like, go to, how easy can you get to Manchester? I just literally read half of that. At the minute, because we're like money and that, I plan to save up and go to a place like once a month for about 4 or 5 days, because it would have to be like Thursday to Tuesday, Monday sort of time. So Manchester is definitely doable, and obviously as I get money, like, even further, because I don't really want to be, oh, I love you, Misty. Oh, please. Please. I'm so lost in how to get booked. I really, really am. Though I do have something coming up, but I'm not allowed to tell anyone. Even though I want to. But I do have something coming up, and I really can't wait for that. Like, I really, really can't wait. I'm so excited. So, my foundation. It's a bit wild at the minute, but my old go-to used to be the Fenty one, which is still really full, so obviously I'm still going to use it. However, the new Zara one, yes, it's so dark, I got the wrong colour. The new Zara one, I love it. Like, for a cheap foundation, it is full coverage, it stays well, and to be honest, I think it's quite a good dupe for the Fenty one. And this is the Huda Glowish tint. I used to use this all the time when I used to, like, wear makeup, like, out of drag as well, which I very rarely do now. I basically mix them all because I'm a cheap bitch and I don't want to waste. I don't want to just chuck things away. so so basically, I will do mostly this colour, 2 pumps, one of this because it's so fucking dark, and the glowish tint. And the glowish, I actually quite like it in the foundation mix because it gives me that glow that's the fairest of all, basically. And yeah, it's not my skin tone, but guess what? It's drag, so you literally cover your skin that shows, and it doesn't matter. But yeah, I would really, oh, another joint. I would really enjoy. I cannot believe what I've just done. This proves how nervous I am, and it's gone completely out the window. Oops. Can you tell? No. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Normally, hello. I normally color corrector. I totally forgot. Oh god. Makes me nervous. I'm so out of tune. I'm so out of I hate going out of my routine, but you know it's alright. Everything's gonna be fine. But yeah, I mean, it's not as if I'm going on stage or anything, but like, oh, my hair is getting covered in foundation. But yeah, like, normally because I have like really dark hair. I am trying. This is the first live and I do not like it. It's like I'm in an interrogation or something. But yeah, like, because normally I have like really dark, because I have dark hair. I normally put the colour corrector on because it really needs to counteract it, I guess. I really hope, like, at the end of a live that you can like save it. So oh, you're sweet, thank you. Yeah, it'll be something that I'll get used to over time. It's just exposure and things like that. I mean, being autistic means that new things are not a good thing most of the time, but I deliberately put myself in these sort of situations because otherwise you never learn or anything like that. I have to admit, I'm definitely going to be one of those people, like, I desperately want to try like hosting and things like that with doing drag and that, but I'm always going to have like a co-host or something to bounce off of because I can't just make conversation, or I would really need something to talk about, you know what I mean? I'm not one of those people who can be witty off the bat and talk about whatever. By the way, if you hear like people squealing, children particularly, or adults actually, people are apparently excited about the coronation in my household, and I have no idea why. But yeah, I mean, apparently they're excited about it. I don't know why, but oh, also dogs. Dogs will definitely be barking. Oh, God, this is difficult. I think I'm nearly covered it. It's so difficult because normally when I sit and do my makeup, I am like in the zone. I am listening to either like true crime, history, documentaries, or Drag Race, you know, the norm. Okay, I think I am so bad at this. I think that's mostly covered. Nope, I don't like it. I need to put more on. Well, yeah, I used to always listen to music, but it like over time changed to listening to things like I mean, normally I have Emma Kenny or Eleanor in the background or a Netflix documentary or something like that. It's kind of weird. A lot of people listen to true crime when they're doing makeup. I wonder what it is. I have to admit, I'm kind of impressed that with that my foundation mix. Who knew? You can see it a bit in my eyebrows. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Part of me's like, I've ruined the whole thing. I need to go and make. I need to go and make another. I need to start again. Yeah, I love Eleanor. She's so funny, and like, even though it's dark, like what she's saying, like what she's talking about, and that it's just so. She just makes it witty, you know what I mean? But in a respectful way. Like she has good timing when to be serious and when to be witty. Where I think that a lot of true crime YouTubers find that difficult. You know, like they find it difficult to know when hello another join. Like people find it difficult on YouTube when they're doing true crime to know when to be funny and when not to be, and like sometimes it can come across disrespectful, but then other times it can come across like really, really depressingly sad, and it is sad, but you need to try and engage your audience in that way and listen to me giving a flipping advice about how to engage your audience when I can barely talk. And when I do talk, it's just ramble. Okay, is it finally covered? I think it's finally covered. Hello, Paul. I am literally like so nervous about all of this. She, her, that's her did it. She, her. Sorry, that's her did it so well. Like she was such a natural talker, but I am not. I am not a natural talker. Hello. I still cannot believe spot correction as well. I didn't do the colour correction side. I didn't do spot correcting side. This proves how overwhelmed I am. By the way. So yeah, I mean. I don't know whether you can hear them or not, but like this, like apparently my family's excited about the coronation and I have no idea why. I'm like, do you understand the price of living at the minute? Oh, it's decided to absolutely hammer it down. Well, it's going to be even louder now because the children aren't going to be outside. Okay, on to concealer. Yeah, I know. I was just saying I deliberately put myself in these situations because if I don't, I'm not gonna learn. Do you know what I mean? It's looking amazing so far. I've literally put foundation on and that's it. Okay, so we have Camo concealer. I tend to use these for most things, the contouring, the highlighting. And the highlighting tends to be pretty obnoxiously white. And I basically do what most people do and map out a well no actually not most people, most drag people do, and I sort of just map it out really. Like, so hosting or speaking on camera, you learn, you practice, get great over time, maybe not, but that's okay. It's definitely not going to be my favourite thing ever, but I was going to say that like it's definitely practice, but I also feel like it's going to be difficult to do it on my own, I'm going to need somebody to bounce off of. Do you know what I mean? Like a co-host, or I would need to plan like a really specific, like I'm going to need something to talk about, like, because if you've probably noticed, when it comes to like makeup or true crime or drag, my my speech gets better. Do you know what I mean? Because I know what I'm talking about. Where make just gossiping or talking in general just does not come naturally to me. Okay, so yeah, I also like cover my entire nose and everything like that. I have to admit, like, I am like so impressed with people who do this like often, like talk and do makeup, because I find it so difficult. Like, I'm normally like so concentrated in what I'm doing. Yeah, I, I think I think the thing that sort of though that got me got me in like the semis as drag wars was I planned it, um, and I feel like I really concentrated it because I wanted to get my message across, and I feel like maybe didn't I concentrated too much. Where in the first performance in Heat One, it was a bit more fluid. I sort of went with the flow of it. I had an idea, but I didn't really plan it out. The Elf Camo Concealer, I use it for most things because you'll see that I'll also use it for the contouring as well. Okay, and once I've done that, I tend to take the foundation sponge and go along just on the bottom bit, along it like that, just to blend it in a bit more so it's not as harsh. It looks way harsh on the camera, but once it's powdered and all, everything will be fine. Hello, Charlie. I mean, Charlie, you always make me feel so much more calm, so I'm glad you're here. So that's, I mean, this will come over time. I can't say I like it, but I've gotten better at, like YouTube and TikTok and that over time. Don't get me wrong, I still complain about it. You go on my videos and I want to itch. You go on YouTube and that, I will still complain about it, but I've gotten better at it over time. But I guess the difference between that is you can pause it and take out bits that are really bad, where live you'll get it all. I most definitely, hello. You know, I was actually looking at the other day at like this makeup tutorial on YouTube, and I was realising, like, God, people barely use concealer anymore. And here I am. But then again, I'm not a woman. Or, sorry, not just a woman. Anyone can wear makeup. You know what I mean. I'm not an average, everyday makeup wearer. I used to be. Like, I used to wear, like, because I was like a hardcore goth, I used to like wear my makeup like all the time, and it was insane. Like, I would say that was borderline in drag. Okay. Oh god, this shape is not going well. Okay. I really hope you can save the video like after the live is done, because I am going to probably make it into a YouTube video, to be honest with you. I might do, I was like, I don't know, I might use I might do one on TikTok actually. I only picked Instagram because most people I know are on Instagram. Okay, so this is so difficult because also I tend to have my like whole makeup routine out in front of me because, as you know, I've also forgotten to colour correct if like you weren't here from the very start. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Because like I get it. I know that like I have a few people in like America and that were excited about the first live, but obviously my um the, the time frame, like most of them are probably not gonna see it, and I only realised that like as soon as I put it on. Oh, for God's sake, my eyebrow shadow is really, really upsetting me. Proves how much. That is my dog. Proves how much colour corrector works, doesn't it? Like, if I was going on stage, I would literally have restarted the entire thing. Because I used so much concealer, because I'm panicking, I will literally just, you know, section it off, like move it. Because otherwise I'll end up with a white face, because it's that white. Okay. Like, I hope people like realise that this is my routine is very like not exciting in any way. Like it's very like what concealer is this? It's the Alf Camo concealer. I use it for most things. The contouring, as you'll see in a minute, the concealer. But yeah, my routine is quite boring. Like, it's very blendy, but like, I mean, my makeup is harsh. Like, it's harsh. There's no doubt about that. But it's most of the time it's sitting and blending. So, you know, the foundation, the concealer, like, you'll probably think it's done by now, but it takes a long time because I use such a variety in colour on the face that that blending's is an important thing. So the next thing would be the contouring, and this can go back in the makeup kit. Okay, so no, not that one. If it looks crazy coming out of the bottle, it's because I've removed the stopper, because I try and get every bit possible out of it. Okay, for the contouring, I literally, for some reason, this headband is not sitting where it normally sits, but I literally carve the cheek like that, and I connect it to the top of the highlight, and take the sponge. Just to let you know, the contouring bit I absolutely despise. But after the the cheek doesn't matter as much how messy it is. It doesn't really matter how messy it is at the minute, because I go in and cut the cheek quite harshly. Yeah, removing the stopper, like, you get so much more product out of it than what you would get, what you wouldn't You know what I'm trying to say. Because like I've been like, there's a lot of people who have asked me, believe it or not, about ever being on like Drag Race, and like people think that I am ready for things like Drag Race, and I'm like that's definitely a goal. One of my biggest goals is to be the first autistic queen on Drag Race. Obviously, being the first trans man on UK Drag Race would also be great, but like I would really, sorry for the really stupid faces, but it must be done. But like being the first autistic person on Drag Race would be like a really big thing to me. But you know, it's also great if someone makes it before me, because like I'm all about exposure and I think it's time. And then hopefully afterwards, drag kings and that will be a thing, because I understand that like RuPaul is probably like, I did it for drag queens and whatnot, but like I think that if you, like, there's so much of it that like is so versatile that a drag king can totally be a part of Drag Race. And if you don't know how to judge a drag king, then just get somebody who's a drag king to be a part of the show. If you hear children, it's because all my nieces and nephews are around. Brilliant timing. Okay. Yeah. I know it looks crazy, but I would cut it afterwards. But first, I'm doing the other side. Oh my god, I need to shave the sideburns. So, exactly the same as the other. I do like a triangle, connecting up to it, and then blend it out. The most important thing for my contour is to try and make the top of it as like straight and as cut as possible. The bottom bit doesn't really matter as much. Okay. But like, I mean, if I get into it, I might do like, this might be my thing, like, I might just do my makeup on live, period. I know I'm complaining about it, and I know I'm really nervous about it, but if I don't do it, I don't learn. I think for the longest time, one of my really big fears is like when I was not as confident, or as, you know, I don't know, bitchy or whatever. I feared like the hate comments that you can get and that from people, but nowadays I tend to just take the piss out of everybody and myself. So they are really not a thing that I care about anymore. It's like drag kings can do anything a drag queen can do. I love a king. Yeah, absolutely. A drag king can most definitely. I think that I understand a bit of RuPaul's psychology, but he's got to move with the time. Like, I feel like sometimes he's very stuck in his ways of how it used to be, and I appreciate him trying, because he is trying, and people cannot fault him for that, because he is trying. But like, drag kings are a massive part of drag, and like literally maybe the thought process was something like, can a drag king do a whatever Gonza look or whatever, a Gonza look, but of course they can. And if he doesn't know how to judge a drag king, then get a drag king judge. Do you know what I mean? It's really not that difficult, but I mean, I'm hoping. I don't really know what I. Oh, hello, vaccine. um. Oh, also, good luck. Good luck on the finals. My mind went completely blank then. But yeah, the drag king thing with Drag Race, like, yeah, just get a drag king judge if you don't know how to judge a drag king, I guess. But like, at the end of the day, drag is art, and drag is art, and I feel like maybe, as I said, RuPaul's. I mean, he's an older person, so maybe he's set in his ways a bit. But I think that he would be completely fine with it if he just gave it a shot. But yeah, I personally don't know really where I stand. I tend to link more to the drag queen side of things, but I mean, I am all for playing with fashion and makeup and that. So there was at one point when I wanted to be called I called myself a drag pharaoh because like the drag pharaohs were quite the pharaohs were quite androgynous in like appearance and that, and they could be men, they could be women. So I thought that it fitted me quite well, but you know, I got a few angry people going, that's cultural appropriation, and I'm like, but I'm literally celebrating that how much I love your culture and that. But and to be honest with you, it's likely that I have Egyptian blood in me, but I don't know. I don't really know. I tend to go with drag queen, but I like drag. It's as simple as that. I'm trying to find where I've put. Ah, there it is. I eat and I drink throughout my makeup routine, just to let you know. It is very weird. Like, I normally sit and do my makeup, like, I've got. Does anyone else get this? Like, through their makeup and things, you get like a random itch that you can't itch. Yeah, like, what was I saying? Yeah, through my makeup routine, I normally sit and watch like true crime, Drag Race, historical documentaries, and it's weird not having Emma Kenny or Eleanor, Eleanor and what's her face. What's her face? That was so rude. Eleanor Neely in in my ear. No. Well, I'm glad you're liking it. I'm like, I'm just, even though I say I'm not a talker, when I have to talk, I just talk, and it can be random things. Okay, so I'm now contouring my forehead. I literally, I mean, I put the headband on, and when I put the headband on, I deliberately move it from my oh, ow. Every time I have to dab it with a brush for the itch. I know, it's so annoying. I want to scratch so badly. But yeah, I put the headband on a fair distance from my hairline. Can you tell? Like, oh god, that's further than I normally do it, but oh well. Because then I put if I was going out, I'd put the wig glue down on it, and it just sticks better, and I don't have to sit and remove it and that. Hello, another join. It doesn't matter as much if it's, as I said, I don't really go crazy with like trying to get, even though I've literally been blending it for ages, I don't go crazy with the, trying to get it as perfect the base, because I then go over with like the powder side of it. So if the contour's a bit blotchy or not as smooth as I want, it's okay because I then go over it with powder. I do need a different contour shade though. Maybe I should actually get a proper contour stick instead of a concealer, but I just love the e.l.f. camo concealers, so I do that. I am sorry for the mad barking. My dog is losing his mind. Can you hear it? Just, you know, banging, because if it's not dog, it's people screaming. I normally have done this by now, but I tend to set my parts of my face that didn't involve the contour, like the blending of it. And I tend to set it because obviously the sooner you set it, the less likely it's going to crease and that. I might order a few camo concealers. I love the camo concealers, and I know that a lot of people love them as well. But I think the only people I've heard, oh my god, my dog's losing his mind. I think the only people I've heard that don't like them as much are people with drier skin types, because it tends to be, it's a good dupe for the Tarte Shape Tape concealer, and people who didn't tend to like that one had drier skin types. But they do a high, if you do got a if you have a dry skin type, they do a hydrating version as well, so they solve that basically. So I tend to just powder a bit, like where it doesn't concern any more cream products, because as I said, it will help with like creasing and that, the sooner you powder it. Hello Chrissy. I was wondering whether you were going to see it because of the whole time difference. So, oh my god, I can still cannot handle the sight of my eyebrows coming through. But I need to get over it. Okay, so happy first life. I mean, I'm glad that I've done it. I can't say it's very happy at the minute. But, oh, someone's coming in, I'm afraid. Hello? Yes, mother? I don't need chips. I've literally just, I just want to say that. I've literally, sort of, kind of just got up. I've got a lot going on. I didn't go to sleep until like 5 AM because I have a lot planned. And, well, not a lot planned. I've got one thing planned that I'm not allowed to talk about, but it's like really exciting, and I'm really, really, really excited for it. And there's a lot of planning going into it, so I've been up quite late most nights. Okay, so now what have I done with my contour, concealer, you know what I mean. Oh well, I'm just going to have to use this one. So now I've done that bit, and now, oh, I found it. Yeah, I didn't think you were going to see it, to be honest, but I tried to put it as late as possible so I could have, like, you to see it and that. But yeah, it's kind of messy at the minute, my sleep pattern. Oh, yeah. I think they've got, it's literally the only thing I can eat. They've ordered a Kentucky Fried Chicken or something, and I'm like, yeah, this pescatarian, you know. I was once a really, like, full-on vegetarian person, but I wanted to, like, when I started hormones, I wanted to start building muscle and things like that. So I was like, I don't really want to eat meat again, like ever. But so I sort of went for fish, and like, I mean, I feel like at some point I will go back to being a vegetarian, but at the minute it's fine. But yeah, they got a Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm like, yeah, well, that's not gonna exactly suit me. But so I've got chips and chips only. But yeah, my mother is a dear. And once again, I'm doing my routine completely out of sync because I don't have my routine in front of me. So I'm contouring my jaw for some reason first, but it doesn't really matter. But after I've done this, I will be cutting my cheek. Oh my god. My sister is around with all her kids, and she's also brought the dog, so my dog's losing his mind. If you hear the barking in the background. And my mum trying to control them. Okay, so on to the cutting of my cheek. I literally start from this bit of my ear. I do not know what I need a new headband desperately. I know it looks minging, and that's because it's stained with foundation on that. So I tend to just put it just above my ear and go down like this. And because it's a bit light, because I got the wrong shade, I tend to then take my concealer brush a sponge, put a tiny bit of foundation on it, and then cut it with this so it's not as light, because I hate, for some reason, like, it used to be like the go-to, but I hate having such a light bit under my contour. So, like, I have to admit I'm pretty impressed with myself because the contouring is one of the hardest bits, and the fact that I am talking and still doing it is pretty impressive. Okay, I'll definitely be posting it on YouTube now that I know to save it, thanks to you. So thank you. Okay, so I think I've done it. Yeah, I suppose it's alright. Gonna cut the other side. I can't wait until I have like so many things on a secret that I can sit and talk about, because I am so ready to get back on stage. I really am. Okay, so next one is down here. I am actually, because today is going to be based on a Monster High character, because I am a child and I love cartoons. It's actually based on Draculaura, so it's basically pink. And I very rarely use pink. So it's alive on a unique colour. Okay. I can't tell if I even. I think it's pretty even. I have to admit, I think I've just done a new... yeah, sorry about being so quiet, but this is so... difficult. Yeah, I think that's alright. I'm trying desperately to like look in the mirror but also keep myself in frame. Okay, and after the concealer and the contour, the next thing is the cream blush. And the cream blush, the one that I love, is out. So I have this one from Alf because I love the Alf putty brush. My normally one's Fiji, but I ran out. This is the it begins with a T, tarty, something like that. But it's very grandma like it's grandma blush to me. So I am going to mix it with this. Yes, it's a lipstick and it's fucking bright, as you can tell. And it's the Jeffree Star Cosmetics Velvet Trap in Best Hair. But first, I am going to set and cut my cheek before I forget. I have like more powder puffs coming in the post because I have literally ruined these. But you know what, they need to be washed, so they have to go in the washing machine. Okay. By the way, powder, my favourite powder, it will forever be the Coty Airspun. It smells horrific, like really bad old women's perfume, but it's basically a staple in the drag community, and I can see why, because it's awesome. Okay. Now, I'm going to do the cream blush. I tend to do it with a sponge, sometimes a brush if it like gets I'm trying to find where there it is. If it gets like too, it's empty, do you know what I mean? What's that? Okay, just bits of the powder off. So I will then tap it into the skin, and because it's so not like, I like a bright obnoxious blush, okay, and it's just not it. My colour, for me, this colour, but I believe I got it as a sample free or something with an order, so I'm also incredibly cheap, so I will use what I get. And I literally follow the contour, because that's the good thing about my makeup, like it's blended but structured, and it means that I can follow easily, you know, where it is. Because like sometimes I think the hardest thing with drag makeup is half of the time is proportion. And oh god, that was so crazy, but it worked last time, so it's gonna work this time. The hardest thing with drag makeup is definitely like proportion in my opinion, and things can like totally go crazy, because my eyes used to be massive, and that's because like I just didn't know how to proportion them to the rest of my face. But I've sort of over time got my makeup to a place where the structure of it helps with placement, I guess. I mean, it's not every day you'll find someone putting a bright red lipstick like this on their face. Well, reddy, orangey sort of colour. Because that's another thing. I love like orangey, peachy kind of blushes. Oh my god. Be prepared. Now the children have come upstairs. Okay. Okay, I think it's not my kind. It's still not my sort of colour, but it's better than what it was originally. But yeah, I follow the contour and onto the other side. Oh, this one's gone so much further down than the other. Oh well. I mean, most people, when you do makeup, you'll realise it anyway, but especially drag makeup, you will realise how different one side of your face is to the other. And it is annoying. Like, I'm still learning desperately when it comes to like eyelashes, like how to put them on, because I have one eye that's vastly different shaped to the other, and it's always so one always seems to like droop more. And like, I know that you just put your eyelashes on in a different way, but I'm still learning what way that is. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. But the kid, apparently, sometimes I feel like I am not, like I am an imposter of my family, because they're so loud, and like they're so, like, like they're the kind of people who shout when they're right next to each other. Like, even the children are like it. And I'm like such the opposite kind of person to that. Unless I'm drunk. Oh god. Okay. I feel like that went better than the other side. As usual. For some reason, this side of my face is the bitch side of the face. So, I think I might be done. Yep, okay. So, I really need another cream blush. Like, desperately. Like, I'm sick of using a lipstick. Don't get me wrong, it's a broken lipstick, because I broke it at some point. But, okay, onto the powdering. Am I right? I'm just making sure, because if not, I'm screwed. Yes, onto the powdering. There we are. And let's powder. Do I? Ugh. I am so sorry, by the way. But apparently, my family care about the coronation. I don't know why, but apparently they do. As I said, I don't know if I said it or not, but the Coty Spun powder is my go-to, and like most drag queens, you just powder the hell out of it. I cannot wait until I have my own place and I can do my makeup in silence. Okay, bye Chrissy, hope you have a good day. I mean, it's like still 8 AM where you are. I don't even know the time here. But it's certainly not 8 AM. Okay. Okay. I suppose that's a bit enough. Oh my god, I'm getting it everywhere. But the top I decided to wear, I can definitely not get on with my fake eyelashes. So I've got to put it on first. I'm just going to try dusting it all down. Okay. Hello. I mean, I am not a talker, so I am trying my best here for my first ever live, but it's not going well. But oh, I really regret not starting again. You can totally see the darkness of my eyebrows through it, but you know, it's too late now. So after I've powdered the how out of my face, I then go in with a setting mist. No, not setting mist. Just a mist, really, because it helps like refresh the face, I guess. Okay. And with that done, I am now going to... here it is. Like, any facial mist does the job for me. Obviously, except ones that will break and eat the makeup. And I leave it out because it's something that I use throughout the makeup routine. Okay, so the next thing, you know what? I am going to put up my routine because I keep forgetting. Isn't that weird? Like when you're nervous, things totally go out your mind. No, I won't put it up because I totally forgot. Okay, I'm so unorganised. So I'm going to say Pinterest. Oh well, doesn't matter. Okay, so the next will be the contour. You would think by now that I'd know my routine, but I don't. Oh, so my two contouring palettes are my favourite one, the next one, even though the packaging is shit and I literally have just brought this and it's already falling apart, to be honest with you. And this one, which I absolutely hate, but I brought it and I have to use it. I am now going to contour the nose first because the nose helps me with placement of my eyebrows. So I tend to just take it a little bit. So I literally use this one, which I hate. It's from Alf. I'm sorry, Alf. I love you, but this is it just doesn't work for me. Like the contouring of my nose helps with the placement of my eyebrows. God, that was dark. I think I put too much of the other one on. But you just go with it. Everything blends out eventually, hopefully. And oh God, I hate doing this on camera. Okay. I'm going to attempt. I'm going to take this, which is the L'Oreal powder foundation, which I tend to use as a, well, more of like a setting powder sort of thing, but a brightening powder, yeah, I'd call it that. But at times it helps with the thinking of the nose. Oh God, it's so. I put way too much of the dark one on. Oh well. Hello. Oh, this is my first live and it's not going great. I'm not gonna lie. I totally forgot to use the contour, the color corrector. But I can always turn this into a video on YouTube as well. Oh, I knew I got it wrong. That's the thing about my makeup routine that I'm sure that you guys will all come to realise, that I have stages in my makeup routine that go from, okay, let's get started, to, oh God, this is awful, to, who is that beautiful individual in the mirror? That tends to be when the eyelashes go on. Okay. But like, my face is, my drag makeup tends to be quite well, no, it's not tends to be, it's always structured, because I based my makeup on like ancient art and statues and that, because I've always loved like the ancient Egyptian statues and just the art in general. So like the harsh contour and like the nose and all that is quite a deliberate thing. I'm still trying to master the nose thing, as you can tell. But I mean, I tend to be pretty impressed or alright with my makeup by the end. But it's like most drag makeup, it is a process. But yeah, this one, even though it's a powder foundation, the L'Oreal Infallible Fresh Wear, I tend to use it more as a brightening powder, because it's also good at, like, you know how it was quite closed, my nose. It's good at going over darker powders. And don't get me wrong, I know people love that real closed, snatched nose. And I try my best to emulate it myself, but I'm not the best at it. Sometimes it's alright, and sometimes it's not, and like, it always has. I try my best to not, like, make the bottom of it bulge. But I have a big nose, so I'm so impressed with people who can talk on camera and do their makeup at the same time, because it is difficult. Okay, I think I might be nearly done. So that's the nose-ish. Because the nose helps me with the placement of my eyebrows. So now I'm going to take my eyebrow. Oh. Like I have a whole section of my makeup kit that's just my eyebrows. But as much as they're a nuisance, my eyebrows, like eyebrows are a nuisance. If you enjoy doing eyebrows, you're weird, in my opinion. I literally just use an eyeshadow palette, and this one from Beauty Bay is basically my go-to and a decent one. I tend to start with a lighter shade, and I will literally sketch them out, and I will connect them to the eyebrow. And like, it doesn't matter as much, like, because like you clean your eyebrows up, don't you? And it's the exact same drag makeup. So my eyebrows always are quite I want that permanent scowl like look, because Ferris is a villain and a moody bitch. So the scowl is something that is definitely something that has to happen. I've been also messing with like my eyebrow size, because mine used to be quite thick and big, because like in the paintings and like the ancient Egyptian paintings, they're quite prominent and they like connect with the back of the head and the hair and that, and I try my best to do that, but where they still connect and that, I've been trying to do it thinner. Yeah, I mean, I find it like the eyebrows bit is so different. Like, it's not difficult. I find the contouring bit the most difficult, but it's just such a tedious bit of the makeup. But yeah, I tend to just pick a clean like a lighter colour, and then I'll go in with the black, because my hair, I personally feel like black hair will be my staple. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do have a blue wig, which I know a lot of people like to see me in, but oh yeah, it's I mean, Crystal Method may have crazy makeup, but she's got a load of talent. Like, I don't think I could do something like that. Like, because I'm so I like almost have mapped my face. So like, my nose helps my eyebrows, the contour helps the blush and the highlighter, and like that. Where Crystal Method is really like, she like puts things out of proportion and that, and like, it would so throw me off. But I love Crystal Method so much. Like, she also inspired me to grow my hair into a mullet. And like, it definitely needs some sort of like keep up, but to be honest with you, I'm at the point of just letting my hair grow. Like, it's really growing. It's getting pretty crazy. It's in that horrible state of that, you know, like that horrible stage where it's hard to manage. And yeah, she's definitely an artist. I love Crystal Method so much. Like, people took the mick out of RuPaul loving Crystal Method's mullet, but I was exactly the same. I was obsessed the minute she revealed it. Okay, I then go and do the other side, just so it helps. You know, it's evenish. So I'm going to, one of the hardest things is getting two even brows. Oh god. But as I said, you can clean them up. when it comes to drag makeup, you know how unsymmetrical your face is. Oh gosh, I've totally ruined this. Key. I'd say it's about there. Good thing that you can like cut your eyebrows. Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you appeal to RuPaul, then it's gonna get you further, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, I've been trying to get into like, oh, what was it? I keep forgetting what it's called, but like some of my new drag friends have told me to also get into, is it the Darla Brothers? Oh, I always forget their names, but they're those. Uh, it's like a horror drag show and competition, and like I've been trying to get into watching that, but I've literally gone back to Drag Race every time. I think it's because like as much as I feel like I could make Nefarious scary, I also feel that was it. Dracula. I can make Nefarious scary. I also just love the glitz and the glam and fashion side of Drag Race so much. Like, I feel like when it comes to Nefarious, they're going to definitely be more fashion forward than they are costume like. Even though I love a good costumey kind of drag as well. But to be honest with you, I like most kinds of drag. Like, genuinely, like some of the drag that I love the most are like the you know those drag queens a bit like Danny Beard that are they're quite butch, but and like you can tell that that they're a man, but they're like full of wit. I love drag queens like that. That's yeah, absolutely, and like cause like Bosco, Simone, and like Shaky Day, but also I'll say Violet as well. You know how they tend to lean more to the fashiony kind of vibe of drag, but I don't want that to be all the time. I'm trying to get Nefarious to be quite versatile in the sense of looks. Does that make sense? Like I don't want Nefarious to be predictable. Yeah, I mean, Violet is like, even though most of my drag is inspired by ancient art and things like that, when it comes to inspiration from other yeah, I have to admit I'm not not like in any way experienced in that section, but hopefully my drag career will help me explore myself more. But anyway, there was like besides like the ancient art and all that, when it comes to drag queens, like as a person, the people who have inspired me the most has been Trixie Mattel with her makeup, because her makeup is really like cut and proportioned, like she's mentioned before how like certain parts of her makeup helps her with other parts of her makeup, so she's really inspired me that way. And like the minute like I saw Violet with a corset on her season, and like I wanted to do corset training, and I have loved it ever since. And I feel like corsets and that will definitely be a statement within my look as well. But like, yeah, I mean, I tend to take little things from different drag queens as well. Like, um, Raven, I think Raven also like inspired me with the makeup as well. Okay, I suppose they're a bit more even. um, oh well, it'll do. Okay, so now I add the darker colour, so a black one. I have to admit, I don't even know, like, even if I do wear like different wig colours and that, I don't know if I'd change like the eyebrow colour. Yeah, like, I think that, I have to admit, I think that when it comes to like Trixie and that, like, I sort of in a way understood her a bit more, especially on All Stars, because I'm also the person being autistic. People can portray can take me as cold or awkward or and that, but really I feel like in a way what I share with Trixie is being, I call it the most extroverted introvert. That's my dog. So like a drag queen, you have to be extroverted. It's like you're performing and you're for the people and whatnot. But I feel like Trixie also has that side to her where she likes her own space and her own time, and like isn't always the best at communicating what she's trying to say to people when it's like a two-way conversation, because when you're on stage you're talking to the audience and they're listening to you, you're not having a conversation, so it's less likely to go wrong in my opinion anyway. But yeah, I mean, Raven's the queen of like makeup and she always will be. But yeah, for my eyebrows I literally just use the eyeshadow palette, and obviously I'll sit and clean them up afterwards. Like, I used to do the whole thing like just black, and once again that was inspired by like drag queens the ancient Egyptian art, because their eyebrows, like, there's just things with history that I pick up off, and I love history. So like right, it's cool how different people relate to it. I didn't even know this. Yeah, I mean, I don't really like. I know that people can get like really passionate about drag queens, like, well, drag queens, but most drag race. I mean, and like they can become really crazy with like, oh, that person's awful or whatever. I'm not really like that. I appreciate everyone's uh like knowledge and style, and I'm all about learning. So like in this season, like people went off on Lux London and like Noir London, and like I didn't understand why. Yeah, she's incredibly confident. She's incredibly confident and a little bit delusional at times, but like that's just a bit like Valentina. Like Valentina's whole vibe was delusion and that, and like it's kind of weird that so many people didn't like her because she was confident in herself, and especially when the confidence was valid, like she slayed everything. And but yeah, I think people just get a bit nuts in when it comes to like the Drag Race fandom, and I really don't understand why. But like you even feel it. Like I went to DragCon in London. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's like 22, and she, like but people were like some people went absolutely nuts on her, and I was like, I don't get it. Is confidence a bad thing? But people always do that, don't they? I know that it's a reality show, and with reality shows, they are scripted, and someone has to be the villain and whatever. But like, people need to take a deep breath and realize it's TV. But yeah, like I went, but yeah, you do feel it. Like even at like I went to DragCon UK, and she like, and like people there, like you'll hear, like you heard them in the audience, like when someone came on, if they didn't like them, they would say it and everything. Yeah, I mean, I'm 23. I forgot my age there. I I understand like a bit of like the turf gripe, like the problem in a lot of Britain is a lot of people like I think it's London who's I think someone's mentioned that's one of the worst, that there's a bit of like, it's our turf, you're a newbie and you have to like prove yourself, but then once you've proved yourself you can get a bit of like who does this newbie think they are coming into our turf. But at the end of the day, there's also a lot of queens out there who understand that you should accept people and should be happy for them. I just think that a lot of the people who watch like Drag Race can be a little bit like, they think it's war and it's not, like, because like you have people who think that like the people that they argue with on the show are arch enemies and they're not. But I think people just get into the vibe of it, and you know how you know how the gays can be. We can be very bitchy. Yeah, I'm not. I was never that like. I'm not really worried about that as much because I feel like I've got a mindset of. I've always had the mindset of like, you take me as I am. But I'm also the kind of person who runs off negativity. Like, I run off my own, and I definitely run off other people's. So, like, if I got some sort of negative feedback, I would, like, I don't know, someone said I was ugly or something like that, I would do what they disliked about me more. Because I'm just that kind of person, and I've always been. One of the biggest examples was oh, hello, crack. One of the biggest examples was when I was younger, I would one of my biggest fears as a goth was hello one of my biggest fears as like a goth was to wear black lipstick out, and people I got like a really horrible comment from a load of boys at school one day, and like they literally, and that horrible experience literally made me go screw them, and I wore black lipstick like every day afterwards. And yeah, I don't know, I mean, I guess I'm a weird person like that. Okay, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how long this is gonna take. um, yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to like negativity and that, like I know that it can destroy some people, but my advice is to take it and use it against the person who's giving you it, basically. And I think it's a bit like, because when I did drag wars, like I've always loved the good and yeah. I mean, some people just like they'll go, "It's my opinion" and things like that, and I'm like, yeah, but no one asked for your opinion. But I've realised over time that people give their opinions even if they're not wanted, and well, nowadays I just don't care, to be honest with you. But I love a good critique. Like did Drag Wars, which is a competition, and my semi-finals wasn't as good as my first, and like I know that some people get real down about critiques, but I love a good critique. Like I'm all about learning and growing, and to be honest, I like critiques probably more than compliments because it gives me something that I could apply to my drag if I wanted to. Because that is the thing, I see critiques as optional. Like they can give you the critique of something, what they think will make it better, but you don't have to necessarily take it. Like you don't have to apply it. You could just, it's just there for you to polish your drag if you want to. But yeah, like I don't know. I have a very, maybe I'm just a weird masochist or something, but I just love a good critique, and I think I've over time started realizing that I also take people who are just nasty. Do you know what I mean? I even can make things good out of that. Absolutely, like it is scary. As yeah, it's definitely a scary thing. My family's quite positive. Well, it's quite a supportive family. I can't say that they understand. uh, Like I don't think they understand as much, but they're supportive. Do you know what I mean? Like blindly supportive. um, but yeah, with the critiques and that, like I do think that it's something that you can take and use it to polish your drag, or you can ignore it. So, for example, I can't do mixes. Like I've tried so many times, and I'm going to continue trying. Um, but being autistic, but also dyslexic, and I also have dyspraxia. It's when it comes to like mixes, the whole stopping and changing of songs throws me off. Like I have to, like even if I'm in the audience, like doing my thing and celebrating with the, like watching the performer on stage, if the song or the mix suddenly switches, I have to stop, gather myself, and realise that the song has changed, and nobody wants that on stage. Because at the end of the day, like I'm always gonna know the original song more than the mix. So I try my best to learn them, but I feel like the whole mix thing is going to be something that I'm gonna very rarely do because I find it incredibly difficult. And like I've realised that that could be, it's a difficult thing for a drag queen not to be able to do a mix, but I also realise it could make me unique in the sense of not many people can do a full performance to a mainstream song. I think my eyebrows will be near enough done. But yeah, I don't use like so many people like put at like hairs into their eyebrows and that. I don't really do that. I tend to just keep it very smooth and agile. Like, I have to admit, it's not quite the shape I'm normally going for, but I think it'll be alright. This is, I mean, people ask me for like a live and that, and like, I don't think people realise that my makeup routine is really, really not exciting. Like, it's very sitting and blending sort of thing. So, okay, the next one will be powder contour. Oh, actually, the first thing I need to do is set the eyebrows. I have no idea where I've just put it. There it is. Okay. So now, onto the powdered contour. So, literally take one of these and cut the cheek using the NYX palette. Okay. Oh yeah, I love Nina is, well, she's like, the makeup and everything is insane. Like, she's insanely talented. I don't understand why. Like, that is something that I've seen quite a bit. Like, especially since Danny Beard won Drag Race. Like, you have a lot of people, mostly other queens, that have a thing against bearded drag queens, and I'm like, I don't really understand why, to be honest with you. I, I one of my favourite drag queens, like, the section is, I love drag queens that like play with femininity and masculinity, and like, it's just like Danny Beard along with Cheddar Gorgeous was literally my favourite. Like, I wanted them both to win. And like, I don't know, like, I love a butch queen. And it's as simple as that. And like, Danny Beard's like, he's like butch but also incredibly glamorous. Yeah, and like, because like, when it comes to like glamour and sophistication and things like that, I love like Cheddar Gorgeous is a massive example. Like, they're so like, they're glamorous and put together, but in that otherworldly way. Like, I love all drag, but I feel like maybe if I had to pick the drag that I'm least interested in, it's the more, I feel like it's more older version now. It's those who deliberately try to look like a woman. I like, I still love it. I love all drag, but that's probably the one that I'm least interested in knowing. Do you know what I mean? If it's my, yeah, absolutely. Hello, Shorty. Oh. I mean, I have to admit, like, I hope things like this live will become easier over time. Because I'm just, it's difficult to like talk. It's like difficult to like talk like on off a whim, or if people want to do makeup with me in a live, like, that will make it easier. I'm just not the best at carrying, like, conversation or talking. Okay. Just so you know, like, the contouring bit. Like, I don't know why, but I love powder contouring. I hate the cream bit, but the powder bit is something that I love. And don't get me wrong, it can also go pretty nuts at times. I'm actually doing, believe it or not, shorty, because I am definitely not a pink person, but I'm actually doing a pink look. Hello, Cake. Good luck in the finals tonight. I'm rooting for you. Looking fab, it's hot. I think at this stage it looks nuts. Oh, I really wish I was. I was there. I want to go. I want to be there. Watching you guys and semis. Why couldn't I live closer? Yeah, like that's like I agree. Like when it comes to drag queens, the chameleon sort of effect, like the whole thing of the days of just wanting to be looking like a woman is great, and there's so many drag queens that still do that. But drag is so vast now that like literally it's just about art and being cool. And that's why, like, when it comes to Drag Race, as much as I love it, they really need to start accepting drag kings, because it's literally they're literally a massive part of it. And as I've said in this live, just just like just like you've got to. Oh, sorry. Thank you, and you better have a fab time. And I'm waiting. I'm rooting for you, Cake. Good luck. Crown drag for the win. Yep. Yeah, I'm all for it. Like when it comes, but yeah, like when it comes to Drag Race, I feel like RuPaul just needs to open up a bit more. Like the days of drag being just trying to be looking like a woman is it's not over. There's so many drag queens that are still very passionate about that, but it's so much bigger than that now. Yeah, absolutely. Like there's been so many trans winners, and it's brilliant to see. And like at first, I know that I genuinely do believe that RuPaul had a hard time with understanding drag and trans and how you can be both. And it's alright. People can find things difficult. I'm never gonna hold somebody to things of the past because it's just unfair, and you don't have the chance to grow if you do that. But absolutely, I feel like in the future, drag kings are going to be a massive part of it. And if he finds it difficult to judge like a drag king in the same way, you just get somebody who who's a drag king to judge. You know, as another, you know, the other side of Michelle Visage. Okay, I think I may nearly be done with the contouring. Yeah, like it's especially with like I do have to admit, don't get me wrong, Britain has its problems, but I feel like America, especially at the minute, is such a mess of people that they just want to try and control everybody, and it's just not gonna happen. Like they should know that it's not gonna happen because I mean, just look at the history. Like, if you push people too far, they start rebelling. And the sad thing is that people will get violent. And if you have to get violent for your basic human rights, people are going to do it. Because, I mean, because I've been quite down about things that have been happening in America, and to a lesser degree here, with, like, drag and trans people being attacked, and, like, people just basically being evil to us. And I've realised that, like, a lot of the people who are out there, like, making us out to be bad people, are mostly people who know nothing about us. Like, you don't hear, like, it's always people who don't know anything about us, basically, and just do not like the idea of us. Okay, so I think I may be done with the contouring. I have to admit, when it comes to contouring, it's I've totally have one side higher than the other, don't I? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's all a matter of time, to be honest with you. Like, you'll find that they always do this, don't they? Like, throughout history, they find someone to blame for something, and then to, like, disguise the real problem. Okay, so I've done with the contouring, and the next one is the blush. Is that the blush? Yes, it is the blush. Okay. Oh, I'm literally dropping everything. Yeah, it is. It's always that, and I don't really understand why. Because, like, I just, I think that, I always think that, like, I genuinely believe everyone's a part of Pride and LGBTQ+. I genuinely do. You could be the straightest, whitest bloke on the block. But, like, if you're for love, and if you're for equality and respect for people who just want to live their lives, I think that you're a part of Pride, you're a good person. I think the only people who aren't a part of Pride are those who are out there just deliberately trying to hurt people. And basically they're the bigots. And, like, people then think that, like, I give a free pass to people. Absolutely not. Like, you could, on the flip side, you could be the gayest person alive, do you know what I mean? But if you're, I don't know, racist or you're transphobic, then you're a bigot, aren't you? So I think it definitely works both ways. So, like, I think that people just need to, I think a lot of it's closed-mindedness, and we're all closed-minded to a certain degree, because there's plenty of things that I'm closed-minded about, but the difference is that I'm not going to go and attack people over something that I know nothing about. I'm going to have respect for it, and try and not be closed-minded about it. Because, like, I mean, everyone's closed-minded to something. Okay. Oh, by the way, KVD blush in Foxglove. I really like it. I didn't think I would like it because the colour's very, like, grandma-y, rosy blush. But it's brighter for some reason on the skin than it is in the pan. I then go over with, they don't do them anymore, but the e.l.f. blushing rose blush blushing rose blush. Yeah, I did say it right. It's got a bit of shimmer in it, and I love because Nefarious has that signature glow about them. I tend to go for blushes and bronzers that have a little bit of shimmer in it. Okay. And now onto the bronzer. Okay. Ooh. So I tend to mix two together because as much as I like the Physicians one, it's a bit too light for me on its own, so I mix it with the Ofra one, which is a bit darker. And I'm not a clean bronzer, I just, bronzer person, bronzerer. I literally go almost everywhere because Nefarious has that proper bronzed look. There. Oh, and I'm glad to hear that. Like, I think that a lot of people, I feel like a lot of it's more close-mindedness than it is pure bigotry. And when you put close-mindedness with fear, and it is fear most of the time, it can create a pretty awful situation. So I've always had quite a supportive family, and like I think like the only one who had any trouble with anything about me was my dad when I was diagnosed with autism. And he found that quite hard to accept. But I feel like after he got over that hurdle, accepting the fact that I'm trans, I do drag, and I'm more than likely gay, I feel like that's all just helped him, and it's come over time. Like, he's going to Lincoln Pride, because so I mean, I don't think he probably would have ever done that if it wasn't for having me as a child. And by the way, because of my signature glow that I love, I put a bit of like, once again, I normally have like a shimmery-ish bronzer, but I don't, so I go very lightly in with the Jeffree Star Dark Horse, and that gives me that glow that I want. Yeah, absolutely. It's all great, really. I mean, I'm all for helping people understand, like, and like when people are just being awful or whatever, I'm the kind of person now where I used to get really upset and angry with people, but that's because I was a very angry and upset person. I'm now more likely just to either ignore them or to laugh at them when it comes to someone who's just awful for the sake of being awful. But I'm all for talking to people, even those who, because if I don't talk to them, they don't even have a chance of understanding. Okay, anyway, so trying to highlight main news. Here we are. I've normally highlighted my nose by now, to be honest. I got this in a beauty box actually, and it's brilliant. And I'm never going to need another nose highlight ever again. I used to just highlight this bit here, but lately I've liked doing the little exclamation point. Hello. I'm glad you're back. Okay. Okay, that's normally I have to admit, when it comes to things like highlighter and that, I love it so much. Like I'm very much those do you know, like back in like the early 2000s when they did that real like metallic-y, glittery kind of highlighter? Like, I have to admit, I'm guilty of doing things like that. Okay, so the nose is done. And speaking of highlighter, I always put a bit on now, and because my colours are pink, I've gone with a highlighter that's a bit nuts, and I'm kind of a bit worried about it. So I'm going, believe it or not, for this one here. I might have to mix it with either of the two on the side. I'm glad you like the brows. I have to admit, I don't like them that much. Haven't gone all that well, but to be honest with you, at this stage I'm always like, my makeup's crazy. I don't like it. As soon as the eyes are done, it will all change. That's really cute. Like, I'm the exact opposite. Like, my all the females in my family want makeup tips, and I'm like, you do know that things that work for me probably won't work for you. Unless you want to, you know, look like a drag queen, which who doesn't? I'm trying to work out. I'm going very lightly with this highlighter, so I can tell if it's gonna look nuts. I'm gonna put a bit of setting spray. Ooh. I'm not gonna put it on like the bare bit of my skin. I'm just going to leave it on where the blush is. Cause, oh god, I'm a bit nervous about it, I'm not gonna lie. That's why, 1 minute. Okay. I have to admit, like, I'm not a pinky person, but what I've inspired the makeup of today is a cartoon character, because I love cartoons and that. And they're all about pink and whatnot, and I am not a pink person. But I have to admit, it is quite fun. I am sort of dreading it staining my skin. So, don't get me wrong, it's always gone by the next day, but as soon as I take it off, I'm like, got pink eye or something. Yeah, like, I was planning to go into, like, beauty therapy and all that, and like I was good at it, like, and I feel like I probably had a big future in it, but it just wasn't for me. Like, I found it so difficult, in the sense of like you had to sort of change yourself. Like, you had to be this professional, almost robotic like person, and I was like, this is everything that I don't want. Like, my drag is I want to express myself. That's what drag's about. And like, to be honest, painting old women's nails for the rest of my life was not something that I wanted. So really, I'm the kind of person who I'm hoping I will get to a place where, like, I can just do a normal job. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't really care what I do, but my main job is drag. Until I get to the point of where I could do drag full time, I don't mind just doing an average job. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not. I'm not complaining about that or anything. Like, to be honest, being autistic means I sort things out all the time, so stacking a shelf will probably be therapeutic, believe it or not. Okay, so I feel like I am ready to start my eyes, believe it or not. I don't know why I shook that. Oh, God. Okay, so on to the eyes. Yeah. Hello. Glad people are joining. Yeah, like, I am definitely, like, I had every intention to do, like, beauty therapy and become a makeup artist and that, but, like, it was just so, you have to be so robot-like, like, and you just have to sit and nod and smile when they say things, and I'm like, but I don't want to do that, I want to say what I want to say, and literally, it was the exact opposite of drag. Oh god. If this looks crazy, which it does, it's because I've took the stopper out to get as much product as I can before I chuck it, and it literally goes everywhere. I'm not gonna lie. So this is the Beauty Bay eye base. And I mean, to be honest with you, I brought it ages ago. I think it's alright. I literally just I keep forgetting what I'm going to say. I brought it and it's not ran out since, so I haven't gotten to try a new one. Acting. Yeah. I mean, it's I would like to do drag full time. Like, that is a main goal of mine. Like, I just love doing drag. It's just something I am so enamoured by. But I'm not really into, like, I don't know, I find it difficult because I want to do, if drag was like a part-time thing, my other side would be something to do with beauty and that, but the problem is that if you go into the beauty field and that, it's not as creative as you think it would be. It's very, people want to look very much the same, want the same thing. You have to be as bland as possible, to be honest with you. You have to not be too made up yourself. You have to mostly do the same makeup look every time. Yeah, because, like, I mean, I'm not in it. I'm not a loud, like, person, but I've tried to make Nefarious go to my benefits. So Nefarious' whole thing is mysteriousness and that, and I feel like my, at times, quietness goes into that. Do you know what I mean? I've tried to make Nefarious go to my benefits, so I'm not, like, working against my autistic nature. I like the thought of being this awkward but also quite sexy individual, which I feel like I get across quite well in my drag. Yeah. I love Ben. Ben did the crown and Jinx. Them together are like literally drag at its best. Yeah, because like I feel like as much as some things that I have will make it more difficult, I also feel like it benefits my drag in the sense of it makes it you more unique. And that's what I'm proud about the most, that I haven't become, oh god, this gets everywhere. I haven't become like, I don't like saying it because I don't like trying to like shit on anyone else's drag, but I'm really proud of myself that I haven't really slipped into that mainstream sort of drag that we have today, because like Drag Race has made a lot of people want to do drag, which is great, but I feel like a lot of them think it's just looks, and they all seem to have quite a similar look, and I'm kind of glad that as a 23-year-old I haven't slipped into that sort of path, which I think is quite easy to do. Like you want to try and be the best drag queen you can be, so you try and emulate others. And I've never been able to do that. Like I've never been able. That's the whole point of being autistic, really. Like you can try your best, but you're always going to slip back into um your natural rhythm. And like as a child, that was difficult because I was always like, why can't I be like the other kids? But it it all works in your it all works to my benefit in drag, because you need to be as different as possible and unique as possible to get booked and get attention. Okay, so that is the base. I'm now going to, where is it? I don't know where it is. There it is. I know that some people might think this is like redundant, redundant or whatever, but like I actually set the eye base a little bit because it's quite a tacky thing, which is good, but it also makes it incredibly difficult to blend. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I have to admit, I wasn't going to do lives, like, ever, because I wanted to keep the mystique about the Furious, but I don't know, I mean, like, I feel like it's gone alright. I know that I haven't had many people been watching and that, but I feel like if I stop, it's going to be some of that I never get better at, and I feel like it's also going to help me in the sense of the days where I will have to host alone, because I'm not always going to have a co-star to like bounce off of, because that is the thing, I'm always going to have the easiest way for me to talk is to bounce off of people. Ooh, there we are. One eyebrow is so different to the other. I'm trying to work out if I should go in with, no, it's gonna be alright. Okay. Oh, thanks. I mean, I don't think, I mean, I have to admit, I don't think it's gone all that well, because I'm just when I'm nervous, I just like talk and talk and talk, or I'm really silent. It's one or the other, but I mean, I think next time when I do one, I might try and get into, like, I might have a subject of what to talk about. Because I kind of went into this one thinking I'm just going to do a makeup routine, but then it's sort of gone all over the place, really. Okay, so I'm now going to start the eyeshadow. And with this one, I'm going to do, because it's a pink look, I'm using the Jeffree Star Pink Religion. I love this packaging so much. And that's the thing though, I actually relate like Jeffree Star to RuPaul and other controversial people. I genuinely think that at times, I wonder if, like, I don't want this to sound bad, but if like being famous and that is actually sometimes a hindrance. Like, I get the feeling that a lot of them like forget that everything's filmed, because like we as average people say things every day. Like, I say things that I don't even agree with or just come out in the wrong way, and if I had a camera on me 24/7, people would take that and would never let me forget it or learn from it. So I do wonder, like, some people are really upset that I buy Jeffree Star's stuff, but to be honest, at the end of the day, I love makeup. It's as simple as that, and I have makeup from so many different people, and like people who are very against Jeffree Star, take James Charles, take Manny MUA. Like, I have makeup from all of them, and like, there's not been a nuclear reaction yet. They're all sat together playing nicely. But like, yeah, at the end of the day, if people ever have a problem with that about me, I want them to know that I'm literally about makeup, and that's it. And Jeffree Star Cosmetics is one of my favourite brands because he makes good makeup and he's a brilliant designer, because his freaking, like, the aesthetic he puts into things, it is just so pleasing. And I am a person who loves, like, I am probably someone who could buy something just for the look of it if I had the money. Okay, so the Chris brush. I have so many brushes. Where is the brush? There it is. Okay, so I'm gonna go with Prom Night, that one there. Yeah, but like, I don't really mind. Like, that's the thing. I don't really change for anyone. Like, I'm just the kind of person who, at the end of the day, I buy what I like, and if I have like backup, like if I did a backtrack on every brand I brought from, I wouldn't buy anything, because most brands have a dodgy history, or there's someone a part of the brand who isn't exactly a nice person. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, I mean, I think the only, I don't know, has Alf ever had any controversy? I don't know. Other than that, because, like, to be honest, Alf is probably my favourite brand. Like, all they have to do is up their packaging game, and they probably would be my favourite one, period. Okay. Like, because I'm feeling lazy-ish today, I tend to just put a colour, full colour in the crease. Sometimes I'll put more in the crease, but today I'm just going to put Prom Night in the entire thing. Take one of these, which is my DragCon pass, and I will, other brush, Oh, I've got so many brushes. There we are. And then put this one in, and I will follow it. Okay. And using this, I will literally just continue to buff it out. Yeah, like I love, I was actually thinking, one of my biggest things that I want to do, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but, John, I forgot what his dead name is, John, he goes by Payne on YouTube. He, a few years ago, did a whole sketch thing. He did about 3 of them of the Disney princesses, like, but putting a dark spin on it and that. And I've always wanted to do a drag sketch of one of it. Like, it's called After Ever After, and it was so funny, and I think it's an awesome drag thing. But yeah, I mean, I just, I guess, I know it's so cliche, but I literally just do what I want. And people either like it or they don't. Hey. I know that some people like do one eye and then go on to the other. I don't do that. I literally do both. Like, one step, two step. Okay. This is totally gonna stain my eye, I promise you. Actually, to tell you the truth, the worst one to stain my eye is most definitely the it's blue eyeshadow. Yeah, absolutely. I get more upset when I see people hurting other people, especially vulnerable people. Uh, when it comes to myself, I tend to just take the mick out of them because, I mean, I'm sarcastic by nature. Yeah, like, like I'm the kind of person who I'm I don't know how to describe it. It's weird. I feel like in different. It depends on my mood. If I'm like really, if I'm having a good day, I'm most definitely gonna be sarcastic to them and take the mic. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that, but there's so many kids here because for some reason they've all decided to come round. Um, but yeah, like if I'm really happy and I'm having a good day, I will take the mic. If and nowadays, if I'm having a bad day, I'm more likely to, get angry. Well, not get angry, but be a bit more short and a bit more snappy with people. But other than that, I'm the kind of person to just ignore them. So if I get a hate comment, I'm the kind of person to just smile. Or if it's on through a text or something, I'll just put a smiley emoji or something like that. But most of the time, I'm just purely sarcastic. Okay. Okay. Sorry for the silence. I'm really concentrating. Okay. Oh, I don't know where that went. Okay, so I'm just going to continue buffing. It in. Okay, and I think I may have done it. Oh, I'm totally gonna look like I've got pink eye. Yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, I always feel like, I know this might sound nuts, but I've, like, always been really interested in other people. Like, as an autistic child, an undiagnosed autistic child, I was always really, really, like, I didn't understand people and their certain reactions, or why I reacted differently to things that they didn't. And over time, it sort of has grown into a thing of where I'm really interested in other people and their reactions to things. So, like, I was talking about earlier how I like watching true crime things, and like, it's this might sound a bit dark, but it's an interest. It's an interest in, I want to know why certain people react the way they react, and it goes from one extreme to the other. Like, it goes from a nutter, like in the true crime videos, to someone who, I don't know, cries at a really sad movie. And I don't, do you know what I mean? So there's just something about humans that, even though I'm not the biggest fan of humans, I'm also incredibly interested in others. Okay, so the next eyeshadow to buff out the darker pink, I'm gonna go with a lighter one, and I'm probably gonna go with Saint Star at the top here. And I'm just gonna lightly buff it out. And I actually cover, with the second shade, I actually cover like the top bit of the brow. And I'll show you in a minute why. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing I love about drag. I really do. Like, as much as it can be incredibly bitchy and confident and like, it can be incredibly bitchy and like competition, like really competitive. At the end of the day, I feel like people who just watch Drag Race think that it's always like that, and it's not. Like, there's so much support for people, and like, people are rooting for the top dog, but they're also rooting very much for the underdog as well. And like, a lot of the bitchiness that you see on screen of Drag Race, like, a lot of that in real life, I bet you, is just banter and jokes, you know, more than actual fighting. So, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna continue. This isn't going exactly how we want it, so I'm going to have to continue to you, most definitely. That's the thing about drag. Like, if anyone said something about age or something like that, that's just so stupid. Like, you have drag queens that have done it their whole lives. Like, rest in peace. I think the oldest one, who was 90 something, has just passed away, and like it's a full life thing. Like, I hopefully plan to be doing drag for the rest of my days. Like, I absolutely love it, and to be honest, I bet you a lot of people who have said things or like that to people don't even do drag themselves. Because that's the thing though, like, some of the people who are the most awful to the contestants from Drag Race and that, and drag queens in general, don't even do drag themselves and literally know nothing about it, but feel the need to share their uneducated opinion. But yeah, like, any true drag performer knows that anyone can do drag. And that's the thing. I think anyone can do drag. I genuinely do think anyone can do drag. Some people are more talented at engaging people than others and will have a more successful career. But you could be, I don't know, the dude from The Office who on Saturdays does drag in the mirror in their bedroom, takes a couple of photos, and that's it. That's drag. You enjoy doing it. It's about you. It's not about being on TV and having the best makeup and clothes ever. It's just about having fun and expressing yourself. And that's exactly how I started. Just expressing myself and the things that I loved. Okay. So, next thing is to cut the crease. I literally... Oh god, I really need a new eyeshadow primer. I literally do a line along there and do that. I need to find my... there it is. And because I have hooded eyes, like really hooded eyes, I then cut it. I probably put a little bit too much on, but oh well. Oh, cutting the crease. I hate cutting the crease. Oh, that's so sweet. I myself, I very much identify as a baby queen. Nefarious Nefarious came into existence about a year ago, but like, I've literally only just started performing, and that was the first time in Drag Wars. And I loved every minute of it, and I can't wait until next time. And like, it's just so much fun. It really is. And I think I view everyone the same. Like, I feel I always go into mind with, I'm going to learn, and I feel like I can learn things from experienced drag queen who's been 20 years in the game, but I can also learn stuff from the baby drag queens as well. Like, I'm always going into the mind of learning, and I think that's what makes it so great, because I'm like so starstruck. Like, I'm always like, you take DragCon, you take Drag Wars, all of that. A lot of the time, I'm just in my element and learning and being starstruck by everyone's fabulousness. Okay. Sometimes I go like that, like, I will literally connect the cut crease to the very back of it. Ugh, I probably put it up a bit too high, but oh well. But I feel like today I'm just gonna leave it like that. On to the next side. I'm trying to cut the crease in them. Okay. I knew I put my eyebrows a bit further down than usual. Damn it. Oh well. Oh, this is so... I hate cutting the crease so much. Okay, nope, still not as smooth as the other one. Oh. Oh, I'm still trying to... It's so difficult to stay within shot. Not really. I think the most spiritual thing I believe in, I don't know if this counts, but I do believe in, like, karma and things like that. Like, I'm all about... I feel like good things happen to... Not necessarily... I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. I believe in karma and things like that. But other than that, not really. I'm more into other people's beliefs. Does that make sense? Like, whether that's history or modern day, as long as it's obviously loving and, well, not even that, but like, I don't know how to describe it, but like, it goes into me being so interested in other people. I'm not really spiritual in myself, but I'm always up for listening to other people and their spirituality and all that. But then again, now I think about it, it's also like I don't know if this counts, but when you say putting it into my drag, I mean, history and art is the main concept of mine. And obviously a lot of history is to do with mythology and spirituality and religion and things like that. So I think it would definitely... the concept of it would go into my art. Does that make sense? Not necessarily that I believe in it. Oh, this is a really messy cut crease. Oh well. Ooh. Oh, you know what? Things will work out in the end. Okay. So now on to putting it on. I think I'm gonna go for this one on the lid here. I don't know if I showed you it. It's called Frosting Coat. I don't know what that means, but it's pretty shade anyway. Okay. I tend to put it on with my finger at first, and then I will clean it up with a brush. Normally an angled brush, but I have no idea where to put it, so I'm going to probably use this one. How? I just hit my elbow. So, continue. The thing that you'll learn about me, I love anything like shimmery, metallic-y, and glowing. Like this is my favourite part of like makeup. I just love messing with shimmery eyeshadows. Okay, on to the other side. Oh, thank you. I mean, I have to admit, this is the sort of stage where I get to, feeling myself. As we all experience in drag, when you get to that certain stage of it. Mostly, you'll know when my eyelashes are on. When my eyelashes are on, you'll know that I'm at the stage of feeling the pharaohs. um, okay, I think I may have done the top of it. Oh, okay. I mean, it's feeling like I could literally just sit and continue to pile it on. I love this part of the makeup routine. Because like I know a lot of drag queens like they use like just white solid white for like the eyelids, the highlights, and I just could not do it. I love shimmer so much. Oh, like I also do that quite a bit as well. Like I will sometimes do a look and I'm not happy about it. In fact, it also happens during drawing as well, like actual art drawing. I'll not like it. Like I'll think it's the worst thing ever. But then I have deliberately chosen to like save things until like the next day because then when I look at it again, it's not as bad. Or it's actually way better than I made out in my mind. Oh, sorry, that was my stomach. Okay, and now I'm on to the next bit, which is. Can I find an angled brush? There it is. Absolutely, we are most definitely our own worst judge. Okay. Candy Cathedral. That one I'm going to use on the outside of the lid. Like, I have to admit, I am most definitely a Libra. Wow. Indeed I am. I have to admit, I've like only recently started getting into like looking at uh, star signs and all that, and like it's so interesting, but I'm still very new at it. But like, yeah, I have like, and it's surprising how many drag queens are really into it. Like, at drag balls, I met so many who are really into it, and like, I have to admit, like, it's all very mysterious and like mysterious, nefarious. I mean, it'd be a good part of me. Oh, that's gone quite nicely, actually. I have to admit, I'm kind of glad that you're able to hear me. One of the biggest complaints, well, not really complaints, but things that people say, especially on like YouTube, and that is that I'm quite a soft-spoken person, so I tend to it tends to be too quiet. And like when I get the money, I will be buying like a microphone and that. But at the minute, like that is the last thing on my mind because drag is expensive. I love it, but it is expensive. Okay, I'm gonna go and do the eyeliner. Yep, I do the eyeliner next, believe it or not. Because like there was one of my friends, she was here a minute ago, but I think she went out or something. I don't remember what she said. Crack. She put in like our little chat the other day about how she's brought a Halloween costume and how she's rhinestone in it, and I was like, that's a brilliant idea. She's like, but it's so tacky, and I'm like, tacky's a brilliant thing for drag. What are you talking about? But like, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, what I brought for the semis of Drag Wars, I brought this really strange jumpsuit from AliExpress, and I just literally rhinestoned it up, and I got so many compliments on it. I was like, well, I know what to do until I make money. Anyway, sorry if I do not talk, this bit takes a lot of concentration. I literally follow where the eyeline is. The eyeshadow is the cut of it. Oh god, I don't know how people do this on camera. I think I need a new eyeliner. This is running out. Which, by the way, the Rare Beauty one is one of my favourites. I need a cheaper one though, to be honest with you. Okay. I tend to do quite thick eyeliner because I like the eyelashes to blend more, because I wear quite big eyelashes, but I think one of the worst things is when you see like the gaps. So it's a bit scary, but I always put a bit of eyeliner in this bit of my eye, because otherwise the pink of my eye really stands out. Just make sure you don't get it in your eye, which I have done plenty of times before. Okay, so that's one. But, well, it's not one, it's the top one done. Oh gosh. Well, that was useless. I don't know why I did that bit there. Oh. Oh gosh. I'm so sorry. That's so loud. Okay, that's done enough. Oh, this is so overwhelming. hurts, like how, like, there's nothing worse than getting liquid eyeliner in your eye. And for some reason, I decided to make my eyeliner game crazy. So I'm always playing with fire. I'll never understand how people can do eyeliner on camera and talk. It's so difficult. Like, I really hope Misty gets back and tells me that she's got me booked in Manchester. Because I really want to get back on stage. Let's hopefully not get this in my eye. Oh. I didn't get it in my eye, but I definitely got it in a place where I didn't want it. Good thing I wear such massive lashes, isn't it? Okay, so now I'm gonna do I must have put it somewhere else. The bottom bit that I do with my eyeliner. This is the difficult part because it can go really wrong. So I'm gonna say about there, and I do a line like that. Oh, it's great, and like that's the thing I love about drag. Like, you can do so many different things. Like, one of the biggest things that I like and got inspiration from. I haven't met them personally, but I know they were in the other heat. To me, in Drag Wars, Fill Me Up, they do a lot of speeches and talks and poetry and that, and I think that's such a cool idea. I used to love poetry so much when I was young. Like, I would write my own poems and that. So that really inspired me as well. It's gone alright. It's not the best I've ever done, but I need to try and make it the same sort of. Yeah, like, it's so... I don't know what it is. There's something about poetry that I really like. Maybe it's because it's like... Oh, God, this side's going bad. Poetry, it's almost like a song that... I almost feel like it's like singing, but like everyone has the chance of doing it, because not everyone has a great voice to sing. Oh God, this is going bad. Good thing it'll cover with my wig. Yeah. Like, I have to admit, even though I use the term like cross-dresser and that, like I do tend to, when people ask about things like that, I tend to tell them really that really technically clothes are a human thing. Like, we segregate everything. And if you go to different areas of the world or look at different periods of time, clothing is something that changes so much. Then what's deemed masculine one time is deemed feminine another. Okay, so I tend to take this under my eye, not all the way, But I've just realised I forgot to get black eyeshadow. Damn it. So, because I forgot to get black eyeshadow, I am going to take it all away. I never do this anymore. But I'm doing it anyway. Okay, something like that. Yeah. Like, it's just, because that's the thing, like, but that's the thing, like, I went to, every time I've gone to, like, drag shows and that, like, I haven't been to many, but, like, drag con, drag wars, it's surprising how many people in the audience are actually just, like, straight, white, old women, to be honest with you, like, and it's so nice to see that, like, people like, like, no matter what people are trying to do in, like, the States and that, people love drag, and they always have, and that's something that they're never gonna change, like, because I know it all started with, like, drag, you know, when the drag queen story time or something like that, what's happening, it came into fruition and that, because they were reading to kids, it's like, but if you take, like that's not a new thing, like, there's been so many drag queens who do things like story time and kids shows throughout history, like, even going back into, like, the 60s and that, you had drag queens doing story time to children. And now, for some reason, it's a problem. Okay, so I'm going to do the under eye. That's when I can find it. Ah, there it is. Yeah, so I totally lost my brush. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's the best thing. Like, I didn't realise myself how much drag was in my childhood. Do you know what I mean? Like, anyway, I'm gonna go with this one, I think. But yeah, I didn't realise how much drag was in my childhood, and, like, I don't understand, like, now why the world has a problem when it's not a new thing. But as I said earlier, I think that what's happening in the world is just a disguise, like, to something else. Like, clearly something has happened, and they want to disguise it, as they always do, by blaming a minority. Because, I mean, that's not a new thing. Like, you just take when the AIDS crisis was a thing, they blamed the gays for it, and that stigma even carries on to to this day. And the same with when crime became so prevalent, and they decided to blame black people for it. Like, this has happened throughout history. Like, they always blame a minority for something when something is going wrong. And it's just a disguise. But, to be honest with you, I'd be lying if I said that it wouldn't, it would go away. Like, it's always going to happen, but people will get over this and will have to accept it. drag and being LGBTQ plus isn't going anywhere. Sometimes I take the eyeshadow all the way across, but lately I've been just doing it a bit under this bit of my eye. I'm then gonna take probably the same. No, actually, that's probably gonna be too light. Maybe this one, Sugar Savior or something like that. A lot of these names are tongue twisters. I know you find it hard to talk anyway. Okay. So, that's that one done. Yeah, like, it's just... But that's the thing, like the whole thing, I don't know if you saw it, it was absolutely horrendous of that guy. I don't even know his name, and I don't even want to know his name, but he did like a speech or something in America, and it was about basically eradicating trans people, and like, one, you're talking like Hitler, and two, we've always been here, and like we've faced times worse than this. Like, this goes from to gay people, trans people, minorities in general. Like, we've all faced times of imprisonment, torture, death, jail, discrimination. We've all experienced that at some point, yet we're still here. So like, we're always gonna be here because we're human, and as long as humans are here, we're gonna be here. But some people just never learn. Okay, so for the top bit here, this is where I showed. I'm gonna take Princess Crown here, which is like one of my favourite shades in the entire palette. It was... I forgot his name. He's a horrible politician. But like, he's just a moron. And like, he even, to be honest, I personally believe he tried to backpedal after saying it. Like, people were gonna forget. But yeah, this shade is like one of my favourite, and I use it to highlight the brow bone. And like, as I said, like, so many drag queens just use like white. I don't do that. I just love shimmers and things that really pop. So I always like use really shimmery, metallic sort of shades. I've totally lost where I put my setting spray. Oh well. I'll just have to use this one, even though it doesn't really do a good job of what I want it to do. But like, yeah, like, but the whole thing about like it's probably in the closet, like seriously though, like, there were so many drag, like, when the whole drag bills were coming out in America, like, the whole thing was that all these people who were signing them and doing them also had plenty of photos from their youth of them in drag. So you're like, are you bitter because you didn't succeed in your actual career that you wanted? So you're blaming everybody else? Probably. This brush is a bit too big for this. Okay, do I have a smaller one? Aha, here we are. not going as well as I want it to go. I have no idea where I've put it. Oh gosh. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, actually I do. It was like, I have to admit, I'm quite new with Drag Race. I've like been binge watching all the series, the seasons, and like it was I have to admit, like the All Stars one with Trixie is probably my favourite of the All Stars so far. I'm looking forward to this one as well though, that they've recently announced. Like I didn't expect to see Monica back, to be honest with you. I thought she kind of went into like, I don't want this to sound bad, but like, you know how like many of them in the older seasons, when they discovered themselves as trans women, a lot of them go into like modelling instead of drag and that. So I never expected to see her back, and I'm kind of really happy that she's back actually. Because like it shows you that, because like so many have the stigma that trans women do drag to discover themselves and then don't do drag again once they've discovered themselves, and that's just not true. You have plenty of trans women who are brilliant drag queens and are really passionate about being drag queens. Okay. I mean, it's going okay. I need to sort out my brushes more. Yeah, I saw that. I have to admit, I, even though I'm always open to giving people like other chances and that, and I think it's unfair to hold people to the grudges of the past when because you don't give them a chance to learn and things like that. But I have to admit, like, some of the things she did was pretty nuts. Especially the whole bomb threat thing. But, like... But I think that I mean, she was such a beautiful, beautiful queen. Like, she was stunning. And maybe she was a bit too young, or something like that, or she wasn't ready for fame. Maybe she wasn't ready for fame, she didn't realise what it brought. I just think that hopefully she's grown up and she's going to do way better, and to be honest, she looks like she's happier and better, so who knows. I mean, I'm sure she'll be great. I genuinely do. I think sometimes, especially in the earlier seasons, I don't think they were ready and realised how big it was going to be. And I think maybe she just wasn't ready for it and she got overwhelmed or something like that and lost it a bit. Yeah, absolutely. She's so pretty. It's unbelievable. Like, I just hopefully, she keeps ahead this time. And like, I think I do genuinely think people don't understand fame. Do you know what I mean? Having a camera on you 24/7 means in your worst days, with your upset, in your worst days, you can be caught saying things that you don't actually mean. No, I didn't actually. I have to admit, I'm not unless it's on YouTube or things like that, I don't tend to like get like realise stuff, and like if it comes up on my feed, I'm one of those people. I think oh no, I'm not done. I need to do the inner corner and the white eyeliner. Okay, I'm gonna do white eyeliner first. And I got a small. I better have used all my angle brushes. Oh well, I'm gonna just. So, I always use white eyeliner. Like, no, I don't think I ever use a different one. Oh, well, I'll have to look him up. I'm all ready for that. Oh yeah, I've heard of Exposed, actually. I'll have to look it up, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not the best with internet and things like that, but I guess I'm like with the whole controversial people and that. I personally think I'd be a controversial individual myself, but I think a lot of it is people not really having the makeup for fame, getting fame, and then realising that when they say things, they are all caught on camera and it all get reported. And like, how many times a day do we say things? How many how many days, like how many things do we say a day that we regret? Do you know what I mean? Or don't even reflect us, but we just say it in the heat of the moment or something, and we can get over that and get by that. But being famous means that like it's caught and reported, and people never let it go. And like I mean, I'll probably look into it. To be honest with you, it's so weird that, like, when I do my makeup, I'm normally sat listening to like YouTube and all that. So if I decide not to do a live next time, I'll probably be watching that. To be honest with you. Oh. The one problem with white eyeliner is that you have to continuously clean it. Yeah, like, I mean, people think, well, the comments I got from Drag Wars was how nice I was and everything, and I just tend to go along the path of being respectful. Like, I'm the kind of person who, you respect me, I respect you kind of thing. But, you know, I also have that side of me who will most definitely take the piss if you're not. But, like, yeah, I feel like the only times I'm genuinely offended or upset with people is if they target people who are very clearly not as confident or vulnerable. Like, I don't like people taking advantage of vulnerable people, because I have been in that situation of people taking advantage of me when I've been vulnerable. Okay. So, I used to take it like all the way out, but nowadays I just tend to try and blend it out a bit like that. I have took it out a bit further. I normally stop about here and do it, but oh wow. Yeah. Okay. Gosh, absolutely. I don't know, it's just like, it's as you said, it's just weak and like pathetic. But then again, then they're hardly going to target somebody who will who outshines them in every way. Don't get me wrong, the people they pick on outshine them, but they don't know it. Where they're not going to pick on someone who outshines them and knows it. Do you know what I mean? So I have to admit, when I watch like Drag Race, I feel like that's the only time I might get upset with people. But by the end, I'm back to being biased and I like them all. But like that's the only time in Drag Race that I think that maybe I can get a bit upset is when they like shit on the less experienced queen or the shyer or insecure queen, because I'm like, at the end of the day, they could always be that way. Do you know what I mean? They could be like the winner of Drag Race. Do you know what I mean? But they could be still quite shy and insecure, because that can be just a oh hello, that's her. But like it can be. Do you know what I mean? You like. I highly ever doubt it, but if I won Drag Race, I would still be quite a quiet person. Do you know what I mean? Not so much insecure, but just not screaming and loud and in your face, because it's just not what my vibe is. Exactly, so like, from watching the interview, I think she was like completely ready. Yeah, like, yeah. Thank you. I mean, it's getting there. It's been a rough journey. It's really been a rough journey. I'm not gonna lie. And this eyeliner is busted. I'm so glad my wig's gonna cover it. I think I may be done with the white eyeliner. It's so the thing that I'm still impressed about is that I totally forgot to colour correct, and I've managed to cover most areas where you can see the undertone of my beard. Okay, so I've done this bit, and I am now going to do the inner corner, and I can find what I've done with a pencil brush. Oop! There it is. So, I really wish I was in Cheltenham. I want to go and watch the finals. Which, I don't even know what time it is. I wonder when it starts. Yeah, like, Tyrus, like no one can deny, she may have been a complete and utter disaster after she won, but she is like one of the most beautiful queens that ever graced the stage. Like, it's so unfair. But yeah, like I just got eyeshadow on my nose. Damn it. I'll sort it out in a minute. But yeah, like I am rooting for her. Like I think she will do well, because like she's just like I think people needed to remember how young she was. She was like 21 when she won, and a lot came with that, and I just genuinely don't think she was ready, or not so much ready, but didn't really understand everything about fame and the fact that fame isn't all roses. And you're called out on all the time for your bad behaviour, and her behaviour was bad, and I hope she's realised that as well. Drag is at any age, love. Like, to be honest, if I discovered myself sooner, I probably would have been doing it as a child. But I had to face a lot of self-discovery first. But yeah, like, I hope she's also done that. I hope she's not one of these who have just come back thinking, new audience, save me, kind of thing. I hope she realised that her behaviour wasn't alright. Like, it's not okay what she did a lot, especially that whole bomb threat thing. But I think that I think she's grown up, to be honest with you. Yeah, like people think with the whole thing that's going on with you're like people thinking that drag's like an 18 plus thing. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I don't expect her to vanquish her drag's personality. Like, I think people know who Tyra Sanchez is and she should still be that. I just think that she hopefully would have learned that everything she says is documented and reported. Like, people are going to call her out for it, especially now, because we're even more highly aware of people's bad behaviour and not alright things to say. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When I watched season 2, as much as I liked Tyra, I really, really I wanted Raven to win, to be honest with you. But, ew. But I mean, I guess we'll all see in time, right? She's either grown up or she hasn't. Okay. So, after that, I tend to take a bit of my... Where the hell have I put my highlighter? I take a bit of the highlighter when I can find it, and I will put it in the inner corner as well to make it even brighter. That's when I can find it. I literally have the smallest place. And I have lost something that's not all that big. Small. Yeah, I have to admit, there is times when you are like, it's set up, but really, I mean, I also think that many reality TV shows, and Drag Race is a reality TV show, are set up. And is it fair? No, but I'm also realistic. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. And I don't understand though why they said it. Like, why they set it up. Is it just because RuPaul had a favourite? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Or they just pick one from the start and go, that one will do. So we don't have to do too much editing or something like that. But yeah, I mean... Sorry, 1 minute. I'm trying to work out if my base is separating. It better not be. No, it's alright. Okay. So, eyes done, I think. Have I got anything else to do? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of... There's sometimes, like, I've never really been upset with a winner. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've never thought like, it's been drastically wrong, in my opinion. But, like, I think that, like, I think one of the most disappointing things was Drag Race UK. I really wanted, I really, really, really wanted, I really wanted Danny Beard and Cheddar Gorgeous to win. Like, a bit like the Trinity, Tuck and Monet Exchange double win. I wanted that to happen with Cheddar Gorgeous and Danny Beard. That's literally the only time I've been really... I'm not really upset, just disappointed. But I'm... Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. She was childish, Tyra, but there was plenty of things where she was set up. Do you know what I mean? And made to feel bad. Oh, thank you. It's not gone as well as it normally goes, believe me. Talking and doing eyeliner is difficult. Okay, I'm trying to remember what I do next. That's it. The iconic... I always put glitter in the crease of my eye. Let's see how well this goes. Okay. This is nerve-wracking. I got a bit where I didn't want to go it. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know, like, I just liked, it is. Glitter is terrifying. Yeah, I've seen Kennedy Davenport's, like, whole dancing thing. Like, gosh, she's insane. Like, she's the exact opposite to me. Like, she moves and moves and moves and moves and moves. I'm just not that much of a mover. I'm hoping my lip sync will become quite, like, unique to me. Like, I want to do, like, I want my drag to be expressive and, like, but slow and sultry kind of movements. I suppose that you've sort of gathered, my whole vibe is kind of sexy. Like, kind of drag. I want that kind of expressiveness. I need to get a new one of these. Even though I think NYX has stopped them, by the way. Oh, when NYX stopped the glitter goals eyeliner, I was so sad. Like, really sad. Because I wanted it so much. Like, all of them so much. Like, these are a good dupe for the, these are a good dupe for the Urban Decay ones. Yeah, like, oh, there's something about cute drag queens. Like, there was one on at Drag Wars, and she was absolutely adorable. Also a monster. Absolutely, you do you. I personally see myself, like, my drag's very villainy. It's got that villainy kind of side to it, like, and it's got that sexy, as I said, side. But also, I also wanted to, like, it's almost like taking a historical person from history and dunking them into today. How awkward they would be, and, like, totally not understanding, which totally goes with my autistic nature, because at times I can be incredibly awkward, And I think I've got, what I'm trying to say is I think I've got everything that I want to in my drag, which I'm really impressed about, because I wanted that from the start. I wanted my drag to represent the things that that are most notably me. Okay, I have got to say goodbye to this glitter. It is on its last legs. It really is. I've gotten near enough everything out of it that I can. Come on, please finish. At least this look. Oh god, I did it again. Curse me for having hooded eyes. Oh. Yeah, I love Cheddar Gorgeous so much. I met her, and like along with Gottmik, they are, I'll happily say they are one of my favourite queens. Like, Gottmik just has a sentimental part to me, being a trans man on Drag Race for the first time. So Gottmik just has that sentimental value. Obviously, of course, they're also awesome and talented, but they just have that sentimental side of them to me. But but Cheddar just has that almost. I just relate to them. Like Cheddar has that. They're not as screaming and in your face as many drag queens are. Like really high energy and really like Cheddar has that grace, sort of soft spoken but witty and calculated mind. Like they also have that villainy sort of take that I love. So I really relate to Cheddar in that way. Like it was so difficult. I couldn't pick in the end. It was between Cheddar and Danny Beard, because Danny Beard just has that signature drag that I love. Like I love Danny Beard's drag so much. Like I love offensive, I love butch, but with a whole lot of femme as well. Like Danny Beard is my kind of drag queen. But Cheddar Gorgeous, it's just so relatable. Like I see Cheddar Gorgeous as the older, more polished version of Nefarious. Like personality wise, being like smooth and soft spoken and that. Yeah, like I really liked her. Like, and she was so nice to me as well. Like I know my dog is losing its mind. Like no shade to any other queen, but like you hear things like in DragCon and that from people going that they weren't that nice or that engaging and that. But I understand, like if I went to DragCon and the lines were massive, so long, you're gonna get dragged down. You know what I mean? Pun intended. But Cheddar Gorgeous was gorgeous to everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I think I'm ready for my eyelashes. And this is where the magic happens. Okay, so I always put the glue on my eyelashes first, because for some reason I didn't get my usual duo glue, and this one just doesn't seem to stick as well as the other one. So I'm going to like I feel as much as I love Gottmik, and I really, really do, like they're one of the biggest icons in my mind for me. I do think sometimes she, I think that they use different, all the pronouns. I feel like sometimes they can be led astray, and sometimes I feel like they don't so much change themselves, but I feel like sometimes they take on other people's aura. So like she can be quite quite bitchy and quite mini Violet like when she's with Violet, which I love, by the way. I love Gottmik and Violet together. I think they're such a funny and such a cute together couple, like duo. But then when she's with like Trixie and that, like she's very witty and blunt and like it's almost like she takes on a bit of other people's aura depending who she's with, and I kind of wish she was a bit more herself, a bit more at the time, because like you saw that in like you saw it like in Drag Race. At first she had like her own thing, but then she kind of connected with Candy and she got really loud and crazy, which I mean if it's her that's great, but I feel like sometimes I kind of would like to see them as themselves a bit more. But other than that, I like I am biased. Okay, I am biased. There's no doubt about it. I am biased. I Gottmik's probably gonna always be my favourite because of the sentimental value, but they are also funny and incredibly talented. Like really talented. Okay, so while my eyelashes are getting tacky, I then put on, even though there's hardly any of it left, because I have used most of it, I then take the one that I actually like, the duo one, and I paint it on like eyeliner. Trying to avoid my eyelashes, because I do put mascara on while it's all getting tacky. And when I say try to avoid my eyelashes, I didn't succeed. Okay. And I even put a bit of it under my eyes because I wear bottom lashes as well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Nina's great. Like I will always like when her, Raven, and yeah, her and Raven are the ones I think about when it comes to makeup. Like they are the OG makeup queens. Just curling my lashes. I don't go crazy with it. Obviously, if I was going out, I would hold it way longer. But, like, because curling your lashes will keep them cemented to your false ones. Yeah, like, she was just that. I feel like, don't get me wrong, you've had, like, Sharon Needles and that, but when I think of, like, a different take on drag, like, all the time, I think of Nina. Like, every runway she did, it was more walking art, do you know what I mean, than I don't know how to describe it because all drags are, but where she just took a different role, like entirely, but yeah, it still worked. Okay, let's see if my eyelashes are ready to stick. Glow that I picked. I'm such a cheapskate that I have to use it. But it's so... it takes forever to get tacky. I feel like maybe is you ready for it? Let's see. Oh god, maybe not. Ow. Glue all over my fingers. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's the thing. Drag is expensive. There's no hiding that. But I feel like if you're thrifty with it, it's a lot easier. I'm not. I don't think I'll ever be a massive sewer. But I um I love customizing things. Okay. I'm trying to work out if it's on. Okay, let's do the other side. Like when the lashes are on, I feel the fantasy. Oh. And I'm still learning, like, one of the hardest things that I have is with trying to work out where to put lashes because I have two vastly different shaped eyes. And it's so difficult to work out how to... ow. How to get them, like, not look wonky. So, like, I don't know if you remember, but, like, I know, right? Like, I'm feeling it. Even though it's not wanting to stay on my eye. But yeah, like, I don't know if you remember, I remember the whole, oh, when, I forgot what her name is, Gia Gunn, that was it, on her season, when she got red for a wonky lash, and her reply was, I have two vastly different shaped eyes. Like, they don't understand, but it's real. People do have different shaped eyes, I'm one of them. I am so... God, is it going to stay? I think so. Ugh, I need to buy my other eyelash glue. I absolutely hate this one. Okay. Oh, I love it when lashes are on. Bottom lashes are always easier. And I literally use a lash. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I sometimes think she's a little bit annoying, but she is funny as well. Like, I didn't really like the whole when she I try to remember when she always got the... once again, this could be like portrayal and whatnot in the show, but like she always got the if it is, she always got the stitch of being that really annoying and incredibly like, just annoying vibe, but like, I feel like that's also her vibe. Do you know what I mean? So like, you know how Valentina has that uh like delusional state, like it's my fantasy and all that, and like people either got that or they didn't. That was like Valentina's whole stick. I feel like Gia's whole stick is a bit like annoying, delusional kind of thing as well, which people sometimes get or don't get. And like sometimes they get it and sometimes they don't. I don't really like it when she picks on people though. I feel like she does that a bit, especially on Twitter. But I don't know. I feel like when it comes to drag, it's all most of the time harmless. Because I mean, if you go to a drag show looking to be offended, then you're gonna get offended because we're offensive. Most of the time, anyway. I know I certainly am. What have I done with my eyeliner? Ah, there it is. I then sometimes connect any areas that are like vastly different to the eyelash. Okay. I think it's done. Okay. I love it when lashes are on. Okay, so I think I'm nearly done except my lips, and then I'll be ending this live and taking pictures. Okay, this is my iconic tear jewel that I always wear. Like, I kind of just, I don't know why, I just made it one day. And I stuck with it. I even thought about once making a, like a dermal, like getting a dermal piercing and representing it, but maybe that's in the future. Yeah, like, I don't even mean that. I think it's just like, I feel like if people go to a drag show with a sensitive heart and a sensitive being, then you're gonna get offended. Do you know what I mean? We say things, we take the mick out of others, we take the mick out of ourselves, we take the mick out of things that are happening, and we just, you know, we just have no filter, which I love. Laganja, yeah. I have to admit, I half the time don't understand a word she's on about. But she's just a vibe, isn't she? Like, she's just a vibe. Like, you just like her because she just has that personality. Don't get me wrong, she's once again completely opposite to me. Really loud, really crazy. But she just has that lovability about her. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I have to admit, I feel like Bianca is a bit. Sometimes I feel like I could be a bit like her myself, but Bianca has that. I don't have time for screaming children kind of vibe, and let's face the facts, Laganja is a screaming child most of the time. So I feel like they were very two opposites, a butted head, but heads, yeah. But, you know, it's also just Drag Race, and it's also set up, like, to seem a bit, like, people hate each other, when I don't think they actually do. Okay. So, there's the lips, but first, I'm putting on my wig cap. So, let's take off this. Oh god, my hair. Normally, I totally forgot, but I am putting them on with my eyelashes. I normally put my eyelashes on after this, but oh well. I can't wait till I can get my whole hair back, because at the minute it's at that weird stage of growth, and it is not going well. And I just cannot get it all back, so it all just goes all over the place. Ugh. Okay. Ooh. I've totally got makeup in my hair. Oh well. You're welcome. I mean, I think it's gone alright. I'm just gonna finish putting my wig cap on. Oh god, and then I'm gonna do the lip, and then I have finished. And you're gonna wait for the pictures to see what look I turn out. Well, you know, outfit look. This bit is gonna be difficult. So I'm gonna try something a bit different, because I love a good ombre lip when it decides to sharpen. I love a good ombre lip, so I'm gonna do black lip liner, and I'm going to put a pink in the middle of it, because oh come on, because the oh, there it is. I got a liquid lip just in case this doesn't work out. I'm going to try and do a pinky black ombre lip. Yeah, I tend to do an ombre-ish kind of lip anyway. It's just like most of I'm mostly like my makeup's either normally quite neutral or like dark, like blacky, darkish kind of makeup. So, oh my god. Yeah, you know what, that failed miserably. Okay, I'm over that. I'm just going to use this liquid lip instead. I have to admit, this is not going to be the neatest lip I've ever done. But I don't have a choice. I'm going to take that one there. Oh, thanks. I mean, I'm far from polished, but I just recommend doing when people ask me what to do with, like, oh, I need to stop talking 1 minute. Anyway, when people like mention like tips on makeup and that, I actually mention on obviously looking at loads of tutorials and that, but to basically set a day of the week where you can do your makeup and practice it, and then you'll see your progress over time. That's how I've done it. You know what? Instead of doing that, I will do this way instead. Okay. Well, mine goes from one extreme to the other, really, because, like, oh my god, look what I've just done. Right. Well, I'm gonna have big lips today. What I was saying was, you can do. I never do lips this big, and they're this big because I went wrong. The dedication the whole day. Well, I, with the pictures, the filming for my social media, it takes me a long time. But I can get my makeup done probably under an hour and a half if I was just doing makeup, no filming, no pictures, no nothing. But I recommend setting the whole day because it's just a day for you to get into drag, take pictures for your social media and just learn. And then next week you can compare it and you see yourself get better and where areas you need to work in and everything. Okay, so I tend to just put a little bit more of wet liquid lip and I have to line with liquid lip because, you know, thing isn't going well. The lip liner didn't work. I then, hopefully it'll work out. Sometimes when you use, especially when you use black, I recommend you getting a baby wipe, wherever mine have gone, to keep cleaning it off so you don't ruin your lipstick. But it does take a while to build it up. And as you can see, it's just basically black. My connection failed, so I've had to, you know, put it back in. Whoops. Sorry, my connection failed, so I'm back. Literally back for like the last step. So, as I was saying, the ombre lip takes a long time. When you obviously use a dark outer thing and a lighter inner one, I recommend you cleaning off the liquid lip so you don't ruin it. Then taking an eyeshadow brush. Just keep buffing around. As I said, the ombre lip can take a while. Yeah, sorry, I'm back. My connection failed apparently. I'm nearly done. Literally back for the last step. The ombre lip is definitely something that I love, and it's kind of like a bit of a staple of mine, but it takes a long time depending on what colours you use. And apparently bright pink and black takes a long time. Yeah. I was like, why have you lost connection now? Out of all times. Oh. God's sake. I have to admit, I recommend for your first ombre lip just to do a nude or something like that, because or two colours that are quite close together, because black and another colour can be really freaking hard. Okay, I'm gonna try and get a different brush. I never use eyeshadow brushes on my mouth, but oh well. I think it's alright. Not my best, but yeah. Like, I know that many people like talk about how like the opposites of the colour wheel tend to go together. I think that you just have to be, when it comes to bright colours, just be careful in general. Like, they can go wrong so quickly. Try to work out if I should put a lip gloss on. That's another thing. I very, 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 very rarely wear lip gloss like going out. Like, I think because it just breaks up your lipstick. So I think it's alright. Try to work out whether to put a lip gloss on. Where did I put my lip gloss? Okay, maybe I won't put it on because I don't know where it's gone. Ah, there it is. Do you think I should do it? I don't know whether to do it or not. I think I might. Okay. Looking like a pink galaxy. Well, I'm certainly feeling myself now. And that was the last step. So, hopefully you will see my pictures with like my wig and everything on. And thank you so much for watching. You've really helped me. Like, I genuinely was I was really nervous, and I was either hoping to get a lot of people watching or no one watching because I was so nervous. So as the numbers sort of dwindled, I was getting nervous, but you've made me feel really good and make me want to do it again. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'll see you next time. Okay, you're back. I'm literally about to sign off. Sign off like I'm some sort of secret agent. Anyway, okay, so I'll see you next time. Thanks, love. I'm just gonna wait a minute just in case Kate's typing. Don't wanna, cut her off. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I do kind of wish my lipstick was just a bit brighter, like my eyes, but it doesn't matter. I'm being picky. I have to admit, I've also been done way quicker. I should do lies more often. Bye-bye.